And I think that should be better. Ah, fuck. Blah. You don't go there. So I have been working on, off stream, put together the Chaos Knights on horse. Or mounted Chaos Knights. And I'm quite proud of the fact that not only are they all modeled quite nicely, I also got their kind of like base coats, undercoats done. But my client is most pleased about the fact that they all fit perfectly on movement trays together. I think that one fits best. No. It was correct before. There's a couple of them that are a little finicky, but yeah, it all goes in the movement tray together, which is quite nice. They'll fit. And then the back row, same thing. There we go. But yeah, they will actually load in a full 10-man unit, as shown here. I think that one would need... I think these two are supposed to swap. Yeah, it was. There we go. But yeah, you can get them in the full 10-man block, which is quite nice. And they also work in the... So I tested this out while I was putting them together to make sure that every single viable formation for gameplay worked. So I don't normally, you know, like, I don't know, I just thought it would be really fun to... I thought it would be a fun little addition to the squad in the army. Just have that little bit extra. Being able to get all the riders in formation. So yeah, you can do... Actually, yeah, I was just quite pleased with the fact that I was able to model them in a way that they will actually fit in both wedge and brick. Anyways, I'm just killing time while we wait for people to trickle in. And then I'm going to start painting here in just a second. And then it's going to be really, really easy to get these guys done. Once the metal's done, we'll go and we'll do the horses and the other couple details. But there's so much of just like the Nurgle stuff happening that we're going to focus on all of the armor first, because that's the most big part. The most biggest. One moment. I need to grab something. I forgot. My coffee. All right, let's try this with my brain on. Other than my brain on drugs. Start the fire. Sweet answer. All right, how are the audio levels, by the way? Oh, yeah, there they are. I wonder, is that better? Or actually, it does look like that's better. Tear out the fabric. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we're just going to do it that way. Sorry, that was silly. Just going to take a bunch of my silver from Vallejo down. Hey! Psst. Don't eat my fucking headphones, remember? Those are not for you. Yeah, no, you don't get to eat my headphones. I'll give you scratchies, but you don't get to eat my fucking headphones. Hey, I can see what you're doing, you little dick. Do I need to get a squirt bottle for you? Don't make me pet you too much. Don't make me fucking rub your belly. You want belly rubs? There you go. Dickweed. Sorry, my cat is being a little jerk. Or just flick, flick, flick. Clean the brush. Next one. Gonna be really quick and easy. I hope everybody's having an excellent day so far. I say as it's fucking 9:50 in the morning on a Sunday for me. I'm all having a great day. I've been awake for an hour now. Had a coffee, you know. Yeah, no. Hope you're, but those of you that have been awake for more than an hour, hope it's been a nice Sunday. I'm trying to get through some more commission-y stuffs before I before we go back to doing the goblin. Because I gotta get paid. Remember to be inconsistent. Just got up. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in Freedom from Mars. You followed while I was offline, and I just wanted to say thank you for that. Hope you're having an excellent day so far. But good morning to you as well. It is an early day for me. Sneaky like that. It's the way it goes. Hope you're having a good one. Every time that happens, I always have to be curious. I was like, is this somebody who pieced together that, like... Okay, I don't have my Reddit and my Twitch linked anymore, but the usernames are close enough that I feel like people could piece it together. So it's kind of funny. Whenever I get the online ones, I was like, was it... I was like, either it was from when Jin shouted me out, or... it could be one of those rare times that... they made the associations, but I hope you're having a great day so far. You're saying you just got up. I'm working essentially on Chaos Warriors, trying to get through tail end of this commission. It's going to be very fast, technique based here. Commission painting is a little different than painting Astaroth. I enjoy but I enjoy doing the display stuff, and I enjoyed both sides of it. I mean, this is going to be fun because we're going to be able to get a really, really awesome looking squad of 10 horsemen done in a single day with mostly just stabbing at them. Like, you know, I'm not really putting any effort in. I've been painting this up to this entire point, though. You guys will see. Like, that's... These will come together very quickly. We'll get all the metal armor done. We'll come in. It was a shout out. Don't remember who. Ginger. Would have been Ginger Beef. Ginger or Jenks. Those are my, like, Friday night hangouts. Jinxie's fucking great. And Ginger's too. Ginger's another fellow Canadian mini painter. And Jinx is a mini painter and my coach. And it's, like, kind of funny because, like, she'd been coming around helping me out with my art for quite a bit. And it was kind of funny because, like, eventually I was just like, okay, like, dude, I'm just gonna start paying you for private lessons because, like, I already, like, feel like I have to call you my coach at this point with the amount of, like, with the amount they've helped me progress. So, like, I'm gonna start getting lessons now, so that way we can, like, be a bit more official about it. The Grime Rust, it's essentially just trying to get a really, really fast, consistent result. The idea that we're going for on these is kind of cool. I'll show you one of the more completed pieces so you can essentially get the idea of what I'm going for. And the way I'm doing the contrast on these is by placing really, really, really dirty elements next to extremely clean elements. So, for example, without having to get too religious or anything, in traditional biblical terms, pestilence rides a white horse or a pale horse. So, even though we've got the grime of the armor, they all wear perfectly clean white cloaks. All the horses are going to be beautiful white steeds where they're alive. So it's another way of creating contrast, right? Like when people think about contrast on their models, what they often think of is placing light next to dark or, using contrasting colors. But there are a lot of ways you can create contrast. You can place clean next to dirty. You can place smooth next to textured. There's a lot, but that's part of what I'm doing here. Is we got this gross textured, grimy armor next to these really smooth cream cloaks, where it's like that's the how I don't know about you, but I find the cleanness of the cloaks almost more unsettling. So, do you paint minis as well, by the way? And if so, do you do mostly like what kind of minis do you do? Or just art in general? We're big into art. Totally get what you're aiming for. Yeah. It's just I like it. It creates that very unsettling feeling. And as well, using the so I know it seems odd that I'm using like green and orange simultaneously, but what that does is essentially gives me the I'm going to use a fancy art term that I can only use because I just got it re-explained to me a couple days ago. Essentially, Kanjiante, which is the creation of chromatic shadows. Um, when you combine green and orange, you actually get a chromatic shadow. So they create you'll end up with areas. Not much of a painter. You do 3D models for printing robots. Oh hell yeah! Nah, man, 3D modeling, 3D printing, that stuff's awesome. I gotta get. I don't print actually. I got a buddy that does my printing for me. So like, trust me when I say, people who are into the hobby of printing are just as vital to this hobby as the people who are into the painting. Because yeah, like I don't have a printer. I don't have space to run a printer. Barely have space to run my airbrush. But the I was gonna say really quickly too. So the other nice thing about like this technique is you're seeing I'm just using like a big flat brush and mashing paint. Mimir, me coughing doesn't mean you have to come over here. What? Why are you being so pathetic? Hey, buddy. This is Mimir. He is my Believe it or not, less obnoxious of the two. Mimir, you gotta move. No, wheels. Over. Mimir. No, 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 you cannot be around my wheels. You cannot put your paws under the wheels. He's great. We got the two of them. The orange one will also probably make an appearance at some point today. But yeah, so one of the nice things about this is like I really enjoy this painting technique because like we're gonna use mostly big brushes, very minimal, very minimal skill, and just understanding of different techniques to instead create really awesome results. So this one isn't like the reason I love doing this type of painting, for example, on stream. Like the display painting, doing my like really nice stuff is rad. But this is something that like any beginner could pick up and paint along with me, right? Like if you've never painted before, or if you're just, you know, in your whereas like it appeals to all skill levels. Can't imagine just rough base like that. Yeah, I that's kind of the that's actually the reason why I'm using such a rough brush for this is because Rust and anything that is like Rust is such an interesting one because like it's an I mean it falls into the category of like I would consider it an organic material because it's oxidized iron and anything that falls into a natural material is something that will not be consistent or will always be rough or inconsistent in color. There will never be a replication in pattern. Rust is like snowflakes. Everybody is their each you are all your each individual rust bubble. Every single one of you. You are each your own unique bubble of rust, corroding the world around you. Next up is brown wash. Gotta love it. Rust, grime, wear and tear. And exactly. And like so there's lots of different ways to create visual interest. These guys, for example, I'm gonna grab a good one for this. You know, like these guys here, their visual interest comes from, you know, the free-handed flames on them. I'm really big on finding ways to do storytelling within my models. Or, you know, I just happen to have all my Blood Bowl sitting next to me, and I have 6 finished teams, so trying to figure out what my 7th team's going to be. Because I'm not buying star players. All my star players are going to be 3D printed. I love my Blood Bowl stuff. That team's the Little Roses. I named them that because they all have big beards like Chris Rose Hobby. Except Chris is not a small guy. He's not huge, but he's not a little guy. Like, calling him a dwarf would not be fair. So that's why we called them the Little Roses. All right, now it's time to slop these boys with a brown contrast. This is what I mean when I say, like, these guys are going to look awesome by the time they're done. And we're going to put, like, it's going to look like we spent fucking so long stressing and slaving over getting these guys right. And realistically, anybody who hung out for the stream is going to watch that the whole time I was just like, la, 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 blah, 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 sitting at the ballpark. Ooh. I appreciate the lurk from the ballpark. Hope you're enjoying America's favorite pastime. Oh, there's the other cat, as promised. You gonna squeak? You gonna be a squeaky baby? Mimir, what did you tell your brother? And there we go. Man. Bye, Stellets. Thank you for the pop in. Thank you for maintaining the And there's the man, the myth, the mana. Although I figured the reason you were no mana man is because you were figuring you ran out of mana, and that explains, you know, the barbaric tendencies. Ran out of mana. Now he's got to use his fists. Wizard with an uppercut. Food is coffee. Got to refill. Honestly, I gotta drink some more coffee. I realized how much I was consuming though, and I've been trying to cut it back now. And I'm like, and I'm so tired all the time because apparently, going from 3 liters of coffee a day to half a liter is, like, apparently putting a bit of shock on my system. Thought I was only doing 1.5 liters. My wife explained to me, no, that was 3 liters I was drinking. So now I'm down to 1 soup bowl a day. This is actually, like, one of my favorite Gwar songs. Despite the fact Hunter Jackson's a fucking tool. We were all put on the earth to suffer. We each have our own private pain. And once this step is done, if these guys are going to be wet for a bit, I actually do have another thing I can do intermediate, or in the intermediary, which would be to essentially go in and just hit the final shadows on the cloaks of the Chaos Warriors. And then I could also start their bases while we wait. Just depending on how long these guys are going to be to dry, because I am going pretty fucking heavy with this contrast. I am really excited to get Astaroth mounted. I'm not sure if you heard, Man, my Wrath of Fury continued into everyone else's streams. No said, Nomad. Hope you're having a great day. Welcome, welcome. The Wrath of Fury that I brought with me continued. I redeemed Ducket in Jinx's stream, and the duck button broke. Brush Guy, welcome in. How are you doing today? Throw you a shout out here in about 20 to 15 minutes once we get a few more people in.
You look like a cut of fuckable meat, are you?
Thank you for the follow, Real Brush Guy. That's a bit of a surprise. This is always one of those like, he knows who I am. Anybody that doesn't know Real Brush Guy, he's an insane painter. Working on some goofy shenanigans. I'm always for fuckable meat. So it's quite funny. I used to have a no swearing rule on the stream, and I used to like keep my content super PG. And I did that for like the first 6 months of my content creation. And I had an exercise redeem, and it got redeemed one day. And I slid my webcam forward to go and do my push-ups, and my feet were in frame for about 3-4 seconds. And I finished up my stream, and this is long before Nipplegate happened. But I got a sexual content warning. So I opened up my email. Let's see what it is, and of course, it shows me the little bit of my feet being in the frame. And then my villain arc started, and I was like, you know what? Fine. If that's how you guys are gonna be, we're gonna actually put like we're gonna ramp it up. That's also why, if you guys haven't heard, I gotta just show Man. If you guys didn't know, that's why this is my exercise redeem.
My, what lovely feet.
If you didn't know, that's why that plays for my exercise redeem. I like it here already. I got spiteful. I got really spiteful. But yeah, we're working on commission right now for a client of mine. Bit of a Blanchitsu style, which is nice, because it is miserable painting Chaos Warriors in any other way. So, going super quick, the idea that I am going to utilize, and was shown off a bit earlier, and bring the Manticore back up in a second, once I get these 3 coated, because they'll need a moment to dry, is we're using clean and dirty as our contrast, as well as we're using a bit of a Kanjiante to use chromatic shadows by combining the green and the orange quite thin, so they run into the recesses with each other. So then we end up areas reading as green, areas reading as rust, and the areas where the green-orange run together, we get that nice chromatic shadowing. So it's quite methodical, but it's also super lazy. That's the key about this. Keep it quick, but also don't put too much thought into it. I got a Tidewall gun rig for a Tau Empire 12th edition, hoping to be really goofy with your fortifications. Do it. When you're saying you want to get goofy with the fortifications, you talking like color, how you're gonna build them? What's the thought there? Because I do love me some silliness. I'm Blood Bowl I collect Blood Bowl mostly and Necromunda, so anytime people have silly ideas, I love it. Although I don't think any silly idea beats Wapelius's Mimes of Moria. That might be the most genius thing I've ever seen. The Mimes of Moria might be the funniest thing I've seen. Like, at least in terms of minis. I love them. Boom. It's 10 of them quickly. And again, one of the keys about this, keep it uneven. Just let it do its thing. The paint will do the work for you. Trust that they look like grimy bullshit. Perfect. That's exactly what we're going for. And then again, get those guys off to the side to dry for a moment. They'll probably need, say, we don't use my blow dryer, about 15 minutes, which should be enough time to do the quick glaze coat on 32. Okay, I think I can glaze out 32 cloaks in 15 minutes. Let's see. Maybe, you know what? That's actually a pretty bold claim. I think 45 minutes. I do a stick. I'm great. Gameplay for 12th edition, fortifications, ruins, covers are going to be interesting the way they're going to work, but Tau fortifications can move, provide cover to block. Oh, that's awesome. I want to get done this project because I want to get paid. So again, if it seems like I'm like putting a ton of focus and being like, I gotta get through this, I want to get the goblin finished. So that way I can start my 12 millimeter entry for SMC. Because I have the Duncan the Tall, or because I've still got to do a 72 mil Duncan the Tall, and he's not even built yet, and I still have to do like the conversions on him. So yeah, let's see. I think I do 32. I think I can glaze out 32 cloaks by 11 o'clock my time. To finish the Chaos Warriors off, they need 32. Oh, they need their 32 cloaks glazed really quickly, and then they need a quick magenta highlight on the shields. It's 2 colors, about 63 minutes, I think. See how accurate I can be with my timing. I'm pretty sure I can do that. I just need to assemble, and again, this is again, for those of you that don't know, I spent a long time as a cook, worked in restaurant industry quite a bit. So you're gonna watch, one of the things that I do is I will sit down, I love the deep striking hammerfall. I place things very specifically, and I'm just like, you'll notice that while I'm getting ready to do this, I'm setting everything up in very specific ways. And that is because I need to have my mise en place. It's a French term for things in place. Everything has a home. And if everything has its home, it is a lot easier. It's a lot faster. You can shut your brain off and you can assembly line things in a way you can't when you do not have that set up. So it's kind of silly, but you'll often see me taking time, especially on large projects, where I'm just going to be lining up my minis perfectly, something like this. So that way I can... What the fuck? All right. So that way we can... I don't remember what I was saying, but it doesn't matter. Okay, what am I going to use for that? I think I need, it's going to be a 50-50 mixture of Ruddy Terra and basic skin tone. Where's my Ruddy Terra hiding on me?
Oh my gosh, my brain is still chaos. For those of you that don't know, I have a really bad habit of starting stream like 2 hours before my meds kick in the morning, so my brain does not focus very good until my ADHD stuff goes on. And if you ever wondered why like the first hour, 2 hours of the stream are just always so chaotic, it's like you guys get unmedicated me for the first usually 90 minutes. So I can what the fuck. But yeah, it's just little quick explanation. If anybody's ever wondered why that like first hour, 90 minutes, 2 hours of stream are always so chaotic, that's the secret. I've only been awake for an hour. Okay, gonna go again 50-50 mixture, Ready Terra. And flip that mix with basic skin tone. And let's get the big old mixy. I think, yeah, paint water's cleanish. That'll work. There's no metallic flake in it. It's fine. Pretty much, that's the only thing when you're doing something like this. That's really the only thing you actually need to worry about with your paint water. If you're gonna add water, it's like, yeah, you shouldn't use dirty paint water, but as long as it doesn't have metallic flake in it, like, it's not gonna kill anyone. Although if you get metallic flake in there, you can very quickly ruin something, so. And I'm just whipping up my Velatura. You know, I'm trying to remember, because I'm trying to get more into fine art. And so I'm trying to remember to use my fine arts terms instead of my mini painting terms. Mostly because I've, like Mr. Pigments and I've been talking about it lots, and in miniature painting, we love to rename techniques that already exist. A lot of people don't know that. We love to take traditional fine arts techniques that already exist and then just rename them and act as if it's this new thing. So I'm trying to get into the habit of remembering to use the right words for things. And, oh, exciting news also, the mail gets here shortly, so we get to find out what the fuck's in the mystery box. I don't even know who it's from. Just random package to Studio Boneless? Hell yeah. I don't even know who has my address. Okay, so right now, essentially, because I'm going to be off frame a little bit for this, but I'm going to show you guys quickly. I'm just coming in on the recesses of these guys. And bringing a bit of the warmth into it. Quite thin. And just bring it into the recesses. Keep it off your raised surfaces. And that's just going to help smooth all of that out a little bit. Looks like I invented applying paint with a brush onto a surface. I'm calling it color brushing. Honestly, dude, that's actually what mini painters do day in, day out, though. Dude, we came up with a new term for grayscaling. Like, we invented a word for grayscaling and called it slap chopping. It's just, it's quite funny, but if you actually look into most mini painting techniques, they are mostly fine art techniques that have existed for hundreds of years, and we're just a bunch of cavemen discovering fire just every single time. Myself included, because again, I'm only just learning the fine art sides of things and realizing how kind of funny it is. All I can do is slap pants on plastics and hope for the best.
Yeah, see, I don't actually like I love running a mini painting studio. It's the best fucking job in the world. But it also doesn't pay great. So there's elements of it that would be, you know, rad to get solved. So you invented hope slapping. That's, yeah. You know what? Freedom from Mars, you have a long career in mini painting ahead of you. With your ability to rename techniques that already exist, you need to be a YouTuber. The only thing you need now is to start spreading misinformation without fact-checking shit.
Grab his dick and twist it!
Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. This is too much.
Twist that dick!
Twist his dick!
Twist his dick!
Oh my god.
Oh, dick twist!
I haven't heard the dick twist in a while. Thanks for that, White Wolf. Welcome in, you absolute fucking legend. One of my neighbors just, like, groaned when I yelled that. I literally heard them outside my door. I really need better soundproofing in this apartment. I'm just gonna add a touch more Ruddy Terra. Hope you're having a good one, White Wolf. Are you been able to get to relax a bit this weekend? I know you were. I think you were home to yourself a couple of the nights, which was. I'm sure my neighbors were groaning as well. Oh yeah, man. I try to be a good neighbor, but I know I'm not. I'm a Twitch streamer in like a 500 square foot apartment. Ooh, Man, you're getting asked about your bows. My cats are being demanding. And again, this color might look a little bit dark as it's going on, but don't worry, it is going to be very translucent as it dries. We're going to lose a lot of that intensity. And you guys see now why it's so important for me to set the models up like I do, because that's what's allowing me to just kind of grab and go. Solom, welcome in. Hey, is this a commission? You're damn straight it's a commission, Solom. Last commission I have booked for the year right now, actually. Which is horrifying. This is the first time I've not had a booking in like 18 months. Damn economy. It's okay, though. I'm going to go to the museum tomorrow after stream and apply in person as well, because I still think I'd be an excellent tour guide at the museum. And they're hiring a tour guide for the Van Gogh, or for the Living Van Gogh exhibit. And I think I would be an incredible like, I personally do not think anybody locally would be as passionate and fun. Like, and that's the key, is like, there might be people that might know a bit more. There might be people that might have a bit better way of speaking. Nobody would be as excited as I am.
And that's something that I feel museums are lacking, is somebody who's just fucking pumped about art and is excited to teach about it. Like, I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but I'm sick of them being super educational, but having that long drawn out voice. I'm tired of every museum tour guide being Ben Stein. Is that a dated reference? Is that a reference to Dated from The Room? Recurve meant to be used with a thumb ring or an archer's ring. And here, I only had my 100-pound English longbow that I could not draw. What are we at? 31K. Yeah. Yeah? That's so Sigurd? If you guys hear that loud squeaking in the background, that's my cat. He wants me to know he's a cat. I mean, it was, again, it's a nice family heirloom, but I couldn't pull the thing. And it's the wood is so old at this point that we talked about this before, but even if I could draw it, I'd be afraid of it snapping. Because the wood just looks like it's gone brittle. Just do Mediterranean, draw with a glove like a caveman. Hell yeah. My grandpa used to do that with the longbow. He used to go out without a glove on or anything. We used to make my grandma mad because he'd come home just gushing blood from his arm. Actually, my grandpa now, if you meet him, he's got like a scar / callus along his forearm right here from where the draw of the bow used to hit him. Yeah, my grandpa was kind of a fucking different breed. It's just a different breed of man. They don't make them like that anymore. I say as well, because you guys don't know that, like, he's you know, that kind of masculinity, but then also the guy who goes to see rom-coms by himself and then will just cry in the theaters, you know, or like, you know, just like absolutely is just like, you know, loves going to the opera and like singing and dancing and, you know, but he could fuck you up. Again, they don't make men like that anymore. He was great. It still is, but he's great. Oh man, dude, last time I cried at a movie, I think was A Star Is Born, but I ugly cried. Like I think I ugly cried during A Star Is Born. It was a great movie. I have no desire to ever watch it again. Also, True Romance landed. I told you you'd like it. I told you you'd really like it.
Great fucking movie, eh? Haven't seen it yet? Oh, you haven't seen it yet, but you got it. Okay. We get to find out what's in the mystery box here in about an hour and a bit. My guess, if I'm being completely honest, I think it's probably a box from my sponsor. I'm hoping / thinking, I'm assuming that Fenris might have sent me something. Because we did the one-off. And then we've like talked a couple times since, and they've been really awesome. And like we haven't agreed upon anything, but they might, I don't know, I got a feeling they might just be sending me another box because I've been doing a bunch of like I don't know. They sent me stuff. I used the stuff. The products were really good. So, you know, I gave them I did a few more posts than I had to. Because the agreement was an Instagram post and an Instagram story. And they didn't even care about like views, likes, conversions on it or anything. They just were like, yeah, just make an Instagram post and a story saying that we sent you shit. I was like, hell yeah, dude, I can do that. And I've done like 7 or 8 posts now. Because they're a Canadian miniature company that sponsors and promotes Canadian content creators. So I kind of... Well, that's the problem is, though, is that I've also mailed packages out, and it's like it's all set up to my business PO, right? So all my mail goes to the KFC, liquor store, gas station, post office, dispensary, fireworks stand. Well, I have to list everything that's inside of the building. It's not a mall. It is literally just one building that has like 6 stores inside of it, all crammed into like different, like it's a very small place, but it's like, yeah, you know, it's the KFC, it's the KFC gas station, liquor store, dispensary, post office, convenience, fireworks stand. You can also get lottery there. And I was mentioning before, they have another kind of dispensary around the back. They've also got a vape store, but, you know, I don't vape anymore, so I figure that's not as important. There we go. There we go. Speaking of, gonna go check if new swords are here. Hell yeah. I hope they are. So how long have we been going for now? How long did it take me to glaze out that many cloaks? How long did that take? There we go. I was like, damn it, stop tempting me. 3 more to go. 3 more to go, and then we've glazed out 32 cloaks. And this is, again, why it might have seemed a little bit like, damn, he's taking a lot of... Or he's wasting a lot of time setting them all up the way that he did. But you notice how quick it is now for me to just grab... Go. And time. Hmm. 22 minutes. 22 minutes. 10 minutes faster than I thought I could. What do you guys think of that? 22 minutes to glaze out 32 cloaks. How's that for magic hands? Add jail in 5. Yeah. Thank you for the heads up, Man. We'll get the palette set up then and get ready to go into the next stage, which is going to be next step is to actually we can do that one probably before the ads go out because we're coming back into the dry brush stage again. So once we applied the wash, we're going to dry brush them, kind of stipple really quickly with the bright silver. This time just focus it around top pointing areas. There we go. And all we're doing is we're going to stipple at the front and upwards facing areas. Skipping details now. And then they're getting ready for their next sloshing. By sloshing, I mean I'm going to cover these guys in orange after this. Re-enhance and reinforce some of the colors. And get that rust looking fucking righteous. You like to play SS. Tucked in his cowboy hat. Holding a cold beer. Oh, man. You know what? I got my Corona Zeros. I might have one later. Sounds actually really nice. Man. I might have a beer on stream in a bit. It is Sunday, and they're non-alcoholic, so it really doesn't matter. Corona Zeros, they kick ass. If you're a non-drinker, they are like the best non-alcoholic drink out there. Friend told you, yeah, dude, they're fucking great. I keep a case at the house. Again, if anybody doesn't drink but still wants to feel like they're having a beer, it's great, and it's still like. Because it tastes like Corona, you put the lemon in there, it gives you that nice, like, refreshing feeling. Like, I could definitely crush, you know, I love having one or two after an afternoon in the garden. You know, I can pound them. Okay, I gotta keep an eye on my phone and the time. But yeah, they're great for anybody who has been considering giving them a try. Also, just great if you got a like DD. We're gonna get these guys done, then we're gonna go in and we're gonna do the fabric elements. Once they're done, then we'll go in and do the We'll block in the leather, then the fabric, and then we'll do the horses themselves. Got thinking about that on more. Yeah, no, it's literally like if they're great if you want, like if you're the DD, it's awesome to still feel like you can take part and enjoy things. I will also say, as a guy who does designated driving a lot, there does reach a point too where sometimes it's just like, man, being around drunk people is awful. Or doing it too often when you're sober is not fun. So, but especially around the holidays and things, I'll usually, my friends ask, and they're like, yeah, of course. It's also kind of nice having somebody that you can rely on who you know doesn't drink, because it's like, well, you know there's no chance that they're gonna bail on being DD. Flip side. So now the thing that we're going to notice is, oh, we're in ad jail right quick. So we'll wait until we're back from ad jail. Then I'll explain what happened, because we just got the next step done across 10 dudes in a matter of less than 5 minutes. I see myself. And when we're back from ads, I'll start some shoutouts. What are you guys doing? I don't trust this. What are you doing? Stretch. Remind toss you DM. Hell yeah, I will check that just a moment. Actually, I'll check that now. I'm still in ads. Honestly, though, that's exactly what it's like. That perfectly describes it. Yeah. Okay, good. The cats are now wrestling. That means they're not bothering me. They're just bothering each other. Also, because it's actually really you should let your cats wrestle. Okay. What am I doing now? We're back from ads. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, so what we're gonna do, meow. We're gonna take Orange by Proacryl. We're gonna thin it down to like stupid consistency. You know what? I'm gonna end up actually. I'm gonna run really quickly and just grab some water from the sink, because that's easier than what I'm about to do. So just put some water in the bottom of a plastic container. As long as they don't paint their faces and dress in spandex. The cats? Nah. Well, funny enough, I got buddies that are pro wrestlers. It's too much water. And where's my flowy? Because I'm going to make my mixture here. And you know what? I could probably do a little more orange than that. There's one other color I want to bring in here. Where are you hiding on me? Where is my hot orange? There you are. So first shout out, Real Brush Guy. Just again, incredible painter. And very, very stoked that he stumbled in today. I recommend everyone give him a follow. And just, yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to do my shout out and also remember, what did I do with my brush? Where did I put my paintbrush? Why am I like this? How did I lose a whole ass paintbrush? Oh, it's in front of me. Never mind. I found it. Crisis alerted. I found the paintbrush. Wait, no, I didn't. That's my synthetic. The fuck? What the fuck? What did I do? Why am I like this? I'm gonna try putting my glasses on, see if that helps. Oh, so yeah, so for those of you that don't know, my old headphones, oh wow, those are dusty. With my old headphones, I used to not be able to wear my glasses. So I've been painting with a vision impairment for the last 2 years. And that's a big part of why I wanted to swap to the earbud as well, is so I can actually start wearing my glasses, hoping that as long as I don't get too much light reflection off of these, I should. Those of you that don't, those of you that don't know, Boneless actually wears glasses that he takes off for streaming, and I paint with a vision impairment most days. Oh, no way. How the fuck did you end up there? I just reached under my desk for something and felt something silly. And it was my paintbrush. Okay, how does this song always end up on in the playlist? We're gonna swap this. I'll need glasses when out and about. I could do Daglo Abortions. One of the best local punk bands. These guys put like Vancouver Island hardcore on the map. So coming into very wet now. Let this go wherever it chooses. And know that it's going to dry a lot thinner than it's looking right meow. There we go. And inconsistently apply it. Can't wait till we get to, like, I want to get this guy going again, because I really want to get Goblin done. I really want to get back to doing Goblin. But then, like, I'm really excited to paint Dunk. I don't think I've been. I know, like, you guys know I really enjoy the Hedge Knight, and that, like, I really enjoyed the like the Hedge Knight novellas too. I mean, otherwise I wouldn't have read the Hedge Knight to you guys on stream, and we wouldn't have a plan to be doing the Sworn Sword when I get back from Vegas. If we have time, maybe Thursday morning before I have to leave for my flight, maybe we'll do the Sworn Sword. Who knows? Maybe we do it as a little bonus, just something, a little bit of love before. Don't let babies. Defend yourself. It's true. Reminds me, was that old Cracked article about like fighting a bunch? If you're fighting about how to fight a group of school children. In literally metallic paint. So, like, seriously, don't worry about getting shit on the horse, because we have to repaint the whole horse anyways. And it's okay if the rust pools in weird areas, because that's what rust would do. I don't trust nobody, and if you fuck with him, get hold of your body. Yeah, slapping orange. Sunday mornings have been awesome. I've been really enjoying doing this stream. I really prefer it to the Saturday. And I'm glad it's kind of working better for everyone. They said not entirely true. I did get a cut inside my nose. You gotta keep your fingers out of there. And you can go really heavy. You can go the best part about this is that you can go as heavy or as light as you want during this part. Wasn't my finger, just a tiny bit of stone. Still really upset that I didn't get to see Cunning Linguists when they were supposed to be playing. It sucks that they had to cancel their Canadian tour. I was really excited about it. They were going to be doing the 25th anniversary of Will Rap for Food. So they were booking small shows and small venues to have like more intimate like show to just have like a it was just cool. All the shows included like signings. There's no VIP or anything. Kind of limited seating or more limited tickets. Yeah, that's I mean, well, you shouldn't have been snorting rocks, I guess. Just snoover and gravel. Just chief and fucking granite. It's not my fault you're sneezing sand. How many more weird Canadian terms for snorting do I need to throw out here? Because I can go on for a while with this. One of my favorite things to do is just go on with excessively strange Canadian lingo. Well, it's again, you guys seem to find our slang hilarious, so I've been trying to ramp up the amount of like the Canadian slang. You guys like it, I like using it. Okay, so those guys are all rusted up again. And then once that's dried, we're actually going to come in and we're going to start painting in the other details. Okay, got those ones drying. I'm gonna have a quick peep. I'm German, so all English is fun slang to me and weird to me. Fun fact: so is I have a Swabian parent. It's very specific, but if for the Germans, I'll mention that specifically. One of my parents is Swabian. So, while I do not speak Deutsch, I'm quite familiar with German culture. One thing I've discovered is even your scientists think physical comedy is hilarious. And I bet you didn't know. Okay, I'm gonna take some Banshee Brown really fast, and we're gonna go on the palette. Now that there's a law. Means something. Oh no, I know. I was gonna say over here doesn't mean anything. Over there, if I told you that he has a master's degree, qualified for his PhD, but then did the analysis to realize that getting his doctorate did not increase the amount of money he made, so opted not to go for his PhD. Lives very frugally, is a scientist, and thinks the funniest thing in the world is people falling down. Trust me, the stereotypes about him are true. The stereotypes about them are true. Just really quiet, really intelligent, kind of standoffish. Yeah, really intelligent, really quiet. He was also a St. Pauli hooligan in his youth, which is even funnier to know. So, you gotta imagine a Swabian scientist who had a brief stint as a St. Pauli hooligan in his early 20s. Yeah. Yeah, he's fucking great. The problem is that even if I got him on broadcast, he would never admit any of it. He'd just sit there quietly and not speak for like 4 hours. I asked him about what he was doing when the Berlin Wall came down. He was like, I slept through it. I was up late the night before. Now on the horse's reins, we're going to come through with brown paint. And start picking out some deals. People at St. Pauli. Dude, St. Pauli's cool. They're fucking rad. They're fun. They're fun. They're scrappy, and they've got like really, really cool merch. And they're also like weirdly involved in political activism. Like that's actually why I wouldn't trust me if he was part of like any other firm or like any other club, I wouldn't be proud of it. But no, it's the good kind of activism. They were like very involved in like the good kind. Without getting too far into it, they were also did a lot of activism. The fans having a bit of the fans have an association there of being kind of a bit more, little bit more. Again, I'm trying to think of a way of phrasing it that's not gonna. I'm not going to offend anybody by saying that, like, in St. Pauli is much more about equal rights than literally. They care about it more than I think any football club does. Also, that they still pretend to be pirates. That part's pretty awesome too. But no, I'm in Western Canada and I have a St. Pauli flag in my house still. It was brought from Germany back in my stepdad bought it in I think 1990 or like 1992. And he brought it was one of the only possessions he brought with him from Germany when he moved to Canada. And I have he gave me the flag, and I still have it hanging in the house. Oh God, man, I don't love it, and like there's too much of it in the category to begin with lately. There seems to be more of it happening in mini painting the last couple months particularly, and I don't know why, and I'm not loving it. It feels much more like counter reaction to many of the other clubs. That's exactly it. And that's exactly it. I appreciate Mars that you know that, and that I don't have to explain that, because it's when I'm talking about, a football club that also has political involvement, people often can get the wrong impression going, oh no. I mean, the thing about it's hooligan culture is weird because it never really made sense to me, and that's I think why I find it interesting. Oh, I'm not either. I think it's the worst sport in the world. I can't think of a worse sport to watch.
You'll have to speak up. I'm wearing a towel.
What's good, Marquis? Yeah, like, I cannot think of a worse sport to watch than football. Any sport where you can't punch somebody in the face, I'm not interested in. Like, if there is no direct... You guys, what is the only team sport you get me talking about? What is the only team sport Boneless actually shows any interest in? We're talking football. Not American football, we're talking football. But if you think you're free, try walking into a deli and urinating on their cheese. Lacrosse. One of my uncles was a lacrosse player. His nickname was Tommy the Turtle. I gotta tell this story now, okay? My uncle was too small for lacrosse, and he was kinda tough, but not that tough. But he was a fucking mouthpiece. And who's surprised to know that, oh, look, somebody related to Boneless is also a fucking mouthpiece, right? So his job, and he had the nickname Tommy the Turtle because he would go out and chirp and chirp and chirp and chirp and chirp and get under your skin so you would hit him, and then he wouldn't fight back, he would turtle, so your team would take penalties. And it was an ongoing thing, is don't hit Tommy. Don't fucking hit Tommy. He's not gonna fight you. So yeah, my uncle had a nickname when he played lacrosse. It was Tommy the Turtle, which I personally wouldn't love, being known as the guy who won't throw back. But also, it was really funny knowing that he would like just chirp and chirp and chirp, and he was just so. It's a genuine tactic. It was great. You do it in hockey too. But hockey, that's why you have 2 for instigating. Like that's why hockey has its 2 for instigating rule, is, you're always running that risk of like, they start the fight, like, at least hockey players all acknowledge, you guys don't know how they talk on the ice, but like, if you've seen Shoresy, that is an accurate representation of what hockey players are saying to each other while they're playing. Tell your mom I love her new Egyptian cotton sheets. Say I can't believe she found them at Winners. But yeah, I've always thought it's like, again, it's funny because we get the Canadians have this like international reputation of being nice, but then like what are the sports we're known for? Lacrosse and hockey. We just like to fight with sticks, and nobody will acknowledge that. We're a nation of people who just want to fuck you up with a stick. We play the only team sports where fighting is a part of the game. Exactly. I was having an argument with one of my friends recently, and because there's been a lot of the firsthand evidence coming out of the First World War, like because I've been reading through a lot of war journals and things, and most historical accounts of the Canadians describe not that the preferred weapon of Canadians was not a bayonet, it was not the rifle, it was not a handgun, it was axes, clubs, and shovels. But the shovel was apparently the preferred weapon of the Canadian soldier, and is considered to potentially have one of the highest kill counts in the First World War for non-artillery and like disease-related death. But there is some speech that more people were killed by Canadian shovels than bayonets. Very good timing for the music. The Death Corps are based on Canada. It's just Canadian, okay, so it's very easy to tell if you do history or anything. Like, you look at the Death Corps, it's Canadian tactics with First World War German uniforms. Humans are the worst monsters of them all. I mean, we're pretty awful, but I mean, also, I guess the real lesson of the story is don't let Boneless near a shovel. It might bring out like his internal, like, I don't know. It'll be one of those things where it's just something in my brain clicks. Huh? Again, just get quick base coats on the leather details and bootsies. And see, you guys are going to notice as we just block in. Falling Freely, welcome in. Holy fuck. Wow. Thank you. That's a friendly, that's a nice face to see in here. Holy shit. Anybody who doesn't know Falling Freely, she's incredible. Absolutely amazing artist. And a literal absolute pleasure to have you dropping by. Not sure why my shout out. I'm not sure either, but it seems to be working on a bit of a delay. I might not have the right things installed for that, but welcome in Falling Freely. We're working on a bit of a Chaos Commission right now, trying to rally out the last bits of it, so that way I can get myself paid, so I can go back to doing my display work. Delay, yeah. Okay, got the bootsies on him. And again, we're using very much just falling back to our cooking roots and relying very much on our mise en place to go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Bootsies. But yeah, I want to get this done because like the troll is I don't think Troll's going to make it to SMC. Again, I talked to a couple people about it, and I think I'm going to be better off trying to get a 72 mil entry ready rather than trying to do a second bust, as it would just be better for me to enter into multiple categories than entering multiple things into the same category. So, with that in mind, we've got Goblin in, like, the Goblin is in a really good place. He's at, like, I think, like, 75% done right now. So, I think this one is going to be the one that makes it to SMC. Because I just don't see myself getting through this guy in time. I've made a few changes. I've kind of worked a few things back on it. I'm quite happy with the colors, but I don't know that I'm going to get through him in time. Because there's a lot I want to do, and Pascal dared me to highlight everything. We do fun things. We do fun things. I always try to mix. I try to keep it mixed up. I think it's important for people to see that there is a, you know, yes, there's an element of display painting. Yes, I can do a lot of high-level painting. But when you want to get an army on the tabletop, and if you're doing commission and things, you're not... It's important for people to see that sometimes, you know, if you just want to get an army ready, there's corners you can cut to still get a great-looking tabletop thing. You know, nobody's mad looking at this, right? But nobody realizes either that only took 4 hours to do the whole thing. You know, we've been painting for an hour and 40 minutes. We've gotten 32 Chaos Warriors cloaks glazed out, and now we're, you know, I'd say 30%, 40% of the way through these Chaos Knights. So next up, I'm going to go to Ruddy Terra, because it makes for really good white. To be fair, I said I could do it in 32 minutes and then time myself out, so I went as fast as I could to see if I could beat 32, and because, again, like, a big part of it for me is trying to be good with my estimates, so that way when I look at an army, I could just go, okay, this is going to take me this long, I need this much money.
So when I can look at something and go, that'll take me 32 minutes, and then I can knock it out in 22, it's like, hell yeah. That means not only are my predictions good, but also I can do that in a pretty reasonable amount of time. All right, so we're swapping to Ruddy Terra now. I use this as kind of my base coat. You know what? I'm seeing that. That is just a wee bit darker than I need. I'm going to bring it the smallest amounts of... We will bring in the smallest amount of a basic skin tone by Vallejo, just to brighten this up a wee bit. But that's going to be a nice start to the ivory. So again, ivory horse blankets and white horses. These are based on the theme. The theme I'm going for again is Pestilence. And Pestilence rides upon a pale white horse. Or it's a pale horse. Sorry, no, it's a Pestilence rides upon a white horse in traditional artwork. Morning, you handsome motherfucker. Ginge, how you doing today? Got all the cool cats hanging out in here right now. Also, I gotta get Astaroth mounted, but I still haven't replaced my drill. Oh, and 30 minutes until we find out if I'm getting bombed or not. The mystery package. The mystery package shows up in 30 minutes. Again, I'm hoping it's from Fenris, but I'm opening it in front of all of you because I have no idea, because I am not expecting mail to my studio. It's actually a little bit alarming to me. I'm like, I am not expecting anything right now. Hoping Fenris sent me more brushes. Box of glitter. If you sent me a box of glitter, Marquis, I am going to actually flip my shit. You're one of the few people that has my address. If you mailed me glitter, I'm going to be very upset. At that point, I would rather it was just a real bomb. At least that'll be easier to clean up. Mr. Fantastic was a rad guy. I'll still never forget my first, like, the only time I met him, I was still working at the dispensary, and he just comes, like, walking around the block, looking around, he's kind of looking all sketch for some reason, he looks at me, he's like, hey, man, do you know where I could buy some weed, perchance? And I just, like, I'm sitting outside, leaning on the front door of the dispensary that I worked at, and I was like, man, you're never gonna believe it, but I actually do.
I'd be like, you're the dumbest cop I ever met. Ginge, this was post legalization. I was working at a legal dispensary, and I was like, did he not use Google Maps? Like, he just looked at the guy that looks like he might be. He just like took one glance at me, and he's like, yeah, that kid probably knows where to get drugs. Not only that. I see a bit of white cloak poking through here, so we're gonna go and grab that. This is gonna be the longest part of this. Just so you guys know, is gonna be blocking in all of the areas that are gonna become white. That will take the longest out of any of these steps. And not much can be done about that. So, if anybody that's in here is new, my name is Studio Boneless. I paint toys. My full-time job right now. And I love what I do. I do display painting, I do commissions, and I teach beginner miniature painting. If you guys have any works you want to show off, feel free to post a link in chat. We are link friendly in here. So that goes out to all of you. If anybody wants to share off any of your work, be happy to let you share a link and bring it up here. Show it off. And other than that, a few moments where I wonder where you were asleep already. Sleeping Beauty was out last night. I still enjoyed when we did that 48. Sleeping, yes. Beauty, not so much. There's nothing more handsome than a ginger beef passed out upright snoring. So again, this step, you just got to go through, make sure you get all of the areas that need to be painted that color. That seems like a good start. I will say, the way I mounted these guys to the bases, I probably should have waited until after I painted the undersides of the horses the right color to fix these to the base, but it's too late. Voila. Night before last, Ginger Beef and Comet and I joined for a nice round of Alien Fire Team. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Comet of Legend is rad. Wait, does Comet stream? He pops in all the time. Or they pop in all the time. Did they? I didn't know they streamed. Okay, well, I will have to give them a follow. I'm really bad for knowing who does and doesn't stream. I wish I was better for it. Okay. And get the horse blanket.
So, again, quick reminder, everybody. I'm going to be probably late for stream tomorrow. I've got surgery at 9 a.m. Or I got to be at the hospital at 9 a.m. Surgery is not till 9:30. So I don't see myself being live until at least 11. But I'll go live. I just have to have a cyst removed from my neck. Should only take about half an hour. The surgeon's confident enough that they don't have to put me out for it, so... I'm not worried. And if honestly, I'll be completely honest, tell them if it was a big surgery or something really serious, I'm not the kind of person that would share that on stream. Maybe afterwards I might talk about it, but I don't typically talk about that stuff in the moment. I like to keep my personal life personal. But something like, if it's just like how is it going? Did you get fucked the same way that Mark did? Mark Mania got a fucking recast on his wizard. Yeah, just a good old neck cyst, good old fashioned cysty boy. Makes me cough. That's pretty much why I'm hoping to get, like, that's the part I'm looking forward to getting it out, is it's what causes the incessant cough that I have. So hopefully I will not be having to constantly be like on stream anymore. I went for cough and instead I just sounded like I was choking on a cock, so, you know, either or. Studio Boneless, Hoover and Dick. Putting the bone back in Boneless. He's too good. You can't beat him. You can't beat him. He's Canadian, man. The self-deprecating humor is too fast. But yeah, just a small surgery, just something cosmetic, or like not really cosmetic, but also like, yeah, if it was something big, I wouldn't be streaming the same day either. Like, I wouldn't be saying I'm going live 30 minutes after I get out of surgery. Just to be, you know. I did reply to your question. I said I would love to hear about it, and then I followed it up with I said I would love to hear about it, and then I asked, hopefully it was not the situation that fell upon one of my other viewers who recently got sent a recast on one of the pieces that was supposed to be a pewter original. You'd for sure die on the table if they tried to make you beautiful. It's true. No, we're actually it's honestly it's actually penis and smallment, guys. It's the truth. It's gotta go for an installment. It's hurting my back, you know? It's just too much weight. Another 3 hours of pushing verticals on this model, no visible progress. There's some of the problems in the mesh, though. Progress is progress, even if it's not always visible.
And once again, we paint the horse blanket. And it's mostly just about right now. When you're in this stage of painting, especially in army painting, where you notice that I'm just doing the same color over and over, it's a little bit monotonous. This is the point when you just got to talk, have some fun. Like, this is when being a streamer is fucking awesome, because I've got all of you guys to joke around with while I get through this boneless bones. Love it, man. That'll make it to Instagram. I've been putting all my like worst stream moments on my Instagram reels. Pretty soon my Instagram reel is just gonna be Studio Boneless breaking things and saying dumb shit while he paints. I was trying to win a baby Zoe on eBay, gave up, Dark Elf, looked at... Ooh! Do you have any of the ArmorCast stuff? Classic streamer. Exactly. Pretty much all I got to do is start mixing in a bit of misinformation, and then, then I'm ready for YouTube. This is what I was saying earlier. It's like mix in some misinformation and renaming what other people have already invented. I got a bright career on YouTube. What do you mean this miniature painting technique is just a renamed Renaissance art technique that we've been using for 800 years? I don't have ArmorCast, but I got some Epic Scale. Ooh. Oh, no, okay, 1 second. Is that a call? No, okay. I gotta keep an eye on my phone right now because I have my buddy dropping off the package. Again, we hope it's from Fenris. I really hope it's from Fenris. And did I miss any details on that? Nope. Can you please stop legitimizing our practice, please? What am I I'm not delegitimizing anything. I'm actually trying to legitimize it more by acknowledging that these are classical art techniques that we should... Mini painters are pioneers. We're not pioneers. We are pioneering a new form of painting, but the actual techniques that we use exist. Like, we're not doing anything that hasn't existed for hundreds of years. Just, we're implementing them. No worries. Thank you for popping in, Falling Freely. I hope you have an amazing day. And again, if anybody does not know who Falling Freely is, you absolutely need to be following her on Twitch. She is unbelievably good. Really bright, really colorful, and just an all-around really amazingly fun and positive person. So make sure you give them the love and support that they deserve. Can I say a technique I do from a yeah, dude, and again, I'm not shitting on mini painting or any of these techniques. I want to be really clear about it. I love this. I do love what we do. It's my career. In no way, shape, or form am I trying to delegitimize my art form that I do for a career and as a passion, you know? Only difference is there wasn't acrylic paint in the past. No, there was not acrylic paint back then. Acrylic paint didn't exist until the 1940s. But it's even been interesting watching the mini painting world lately. Like, the newest trend is single pigments. Like, I've been in mini painting for a long time. I love my single pigment paints. I love my single pigment paints. I use them constantly. But I'm also going to say that single pigment paints are a recent trend. Like, the most, like, last year or two, they've really popped off. And that's kind of the new thing with mini painters and it's very trendy. It's a very trendy hobby where every year or two we all pick up something new and implement it, and then the whole hobby kind of grows, and then we compete with each other for a bit amongst that until other techniques are then implemented and brought into the fold. And I don't think there's anything disingenuous about that. I don't think that's delegitimizing anything that we do. It's my technique, an old technique. I prime black dry brushed with lead belcher, so kind of like yes, that is an old technique. It's called dry brushing. Yes, it's called dry brushing. It's the act of using dry pigment, which we've done in art for a very long time. It's old, but it works. There's a reason why it's stuck around as long as it has, right? Like, that's the other side of it too. A lot of these art techniques, they're not bad. They're actually incredibly versatile and important techniques. And by learning them, it improves us. But I'm also going to say something. I like using my fancy antsy fine arts terms. I like being, I like doing the artsy fartsy circle jerk. But I also will fully acknowledge that you don't actually need to know any of this stuff to excel as a mini painter. You just need to know what looks good and really kind of put some thought into how you apply it. Again, like Brush Guy, this whole model was done dry brushing. This is honestly me trying to like exactly a great way of phrasing it is that like dry brushing can be done to a pretty high level. This whole model was stippling and dry brushing. Exactly. I mean, if you get up close to it, you can tell there's a lot less precision and a lot less thought in it than when you get into like really high level stuff. But it doesn't matter because that's a gaming piece. Nobody's putting their microscopes on, or nobody's getting their magnifying glasses to go and inspect your piece. And if somebody does, they're an asshole. If you bring one of your models to the gaming store and somebody pulls out a magnifying glass, just slap them. Don't even talk to them. Just fucking. Like, that's not even a person worth communicating with. Legal disclaimer, Boneless does not condone violence against strangers at the hobby store. I do paint. And that is it. We paint with them on, and when we take a piece in for gaming, and when we take a piece in to competition, we do recognize that judges might actually look at our pieces under magnification. However, that is not a cool thing to do at the hobby store with gaming pieces. That's always been my opinion of it, right? Is anything that's going to the hobby store, I'm not putting that, like, if I take something out of my house and bring it to a hobby store, I am signing up for that piece to get damaged. especially if it's kind of a cool or pretty interesting looking model. People are going to want to handle it. People are going to want to touch it. People are going to want to look at it. And at the end of the day, I have to sign up for the fact that somebody might drop it. Somebody might not have proper modeling handling techniques. Somebody might rub some of the paint off. I will take a look in just one moment, Spook. I am a little bit wet in paint. I'm also going to take a quick pee and feed the cats, but I will take a look at that after I get this guy finished up and get those 2 tasks dealt with. Okay, rinse brush. That's 5 of them done. I got 5 more to go. And un momento, por favor. Okay, they got that. Quick little bubbly water. And for anyone new, remember, I am Canadian. Please abide by all local streaming laws. So Ginge, I specify that because technically you can get banned for smoking pot on stream if you're not Canadian or Dutch. If you're not from a country where cannabis is legal at a federal level, you can actually get banned for smoking on stream. So every now and then, I just will mention very quickly, obey your federal streaming laws to ensure that in the off chance a Twitch mod comes through or somebody sees anything in that exact moment, it's like, I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm not doing anything that is different than having a beer or smoking a cigarette. And people smoke cigarettes on Twitch and people drink beers on Twitch. So how am I not allowed to do something that is within my rights as a Canadian citizen? I'm of legal age. I'm not telling anybody else to do so. I'm not condoning the behavior. Honestly, Ginge, that would be great if I used overlays. But I can't be bothered. I don't even have a Be Right Back screen. I just walk away when I need to pee and usually remember to mute my microphone. Key point, usually. But we're gonna have to do another Be Right Back in like 5 minutes here. As soon as my buddy shows up with the mail. I like graphics to engage and disengage using the streaming deck. I don't have a streaming deck. I mean I run a pretty rudimentary setup. Although my PC is pretty beefy. I did that once. I was by accident. I was doing a coach stream with someone, and I had the other. This was back when I was still the other place where I had the bathroom attached to the office, and I muted my mic in like Discord, or I can't remember where I muted my mic, but I didn't mute my mic proper. So it was muted for my chat, but it still came through on the other person's chat. And like, just apparently, like, just my mic was aggressively picking up the stream on their chat. That was an embarrassing one. And that's why I always mute my microphone from the microphone. That is why you use the mic to mute your mic. Painting the horsey. Part of the reason we're also using Ruddy Terra, guys, if you didn't know, is because if we get it on the armor anywhere, which we are probably going to, it makes a great secondary rust color. So while you're trying to keep it off the model in general, it will kind of work really good if you make mistakes. This is what I like to do, is like a camouflage color. So I can still be fairly rough and fairly fast in my applications, because if I hit the metal with this, again, it's just going to camouflage right in. I'll get the face, because this one's going to have a white helmet. So got that Scully face, so we're going to start establishing a nice base tone for the Scully. A French hipster? I look like a French hipster. I mean, I'm Canadian, so you're not too far off. And I mean, I accept hipster. I'm not even gonna argue that one. I'm like, yeah, I'm actually wearing my glasses. It will come with a disclaimer, new man. The shit is real. My exaggerated enjoyment from it is an act for your enjoyment as a viewer. If I ever start streaming, I'll just put physical me out. I wouldn't want anything embarrassed. Arguments have with it. I mean, Mars, you've heard me have multiple arguments with my cat already today. How you doing, Mark? Hope you're having a good day so far. We are working on Old World. I know you guys, I know you love your old world. I do know you love your old world. Also, did we get a shout out for Ginger Beef or White Wolf yet? I know we did Brush Guy and Falling Freely. Did Ginger? White Wolf still don't work? Okay, okay. He grabs, he twists. But yeah, so you know, we'll get some nice Canadian heavy metal going on here too. Jen, did you ever get to go see 3 Inches of Blood when they were a thing? They just started. I know they started playing again, but like, I think you would have been around for like the glory days of 3 Inches of Blood touring up and down the West Coast and through the prairies. Fucking back during the Fire Up the Blades days. No, sir. Really? Oh, these guys were one of my favorite bands. Like they made it pretty big for a local one. I mean, they were on Roadrunner Records, and I think right now they're signed to, like they're still technically signed to Nuclear Blast. Unless Nuclear Blast has gone defunct. Some of the blisters arrived. Oh. Fucking eBay, man. Okay, got chat open. Let's wait. Honestly, I can't. It's why I can't do it myself. Is like same reason why I can't do like secondhand or anything. People are like, why don't you ever do this to like, you know? It's like, nope, I can't, unfortunately. Oh, hell yeah. That's always nice then when it's eBay been it's like eBay here does not get involved. So it's nice that you guys have some better consumer protections with them. Ooh. The European version is way better. It sounds like it. But I mean, again, you guys do have just really strong consumer protection laws that we just don't have here. Bit of water. Hit the horse's ass. Can't miss a horse ass. I'm officially pissed off. This is the second truck manufacturer that has taken to venting factory subwoofers outside of the cab. Pull the sub. There's a second giant hole leading to the outdoors. So he wants to have shitty sound in his car and ruin everyone else's experience while he's driving? It's like I want it to sound bad in the car and bad outside too. Not only do I want it to sound bad, I want everyone else to have to listen to my shitty music. Based on where you are, I'm gonna bet it's GMC. They're the most popular truck manufacturer out there. It's Rams and F-150s out here. You guys are all about your fucking Denali's. My teeth itch. Sounds like somebody ate too many mushrooms. That or like you need to go brush your teeth. Gotta brush damn teethies. So if you flip the enclosed gaping channel directly into the sun, you can see the watermarks. Yeah. That sounds awful. And again, like on top of that, it's also blasting it to outside instead of inside. Let's put the noise where we don't want it instead of where we want it. It's gonna help everybody know to That is, I think, 8 out of 10 done. It's the new Toyota Tundra Hybrid. I'm not a fan of Tundras in general. I find that there you don't have the legroom that a truck that size should have. And like I find the Tacoma's a little bit cramped for me, but it's still a really nice vehicle and quite nice to drive. And I really just don't understand at that point like why the Tundra doesn't have that room that the Tacoma's also lacking. Like, you know, most people go up in size for a truck because they need like more space or whatever. And it feels like you just don't get it. I don't know. I personally don't really see the appeal to Tundras when the Tacoma exists. That being said, my favorite truck and the one I want is that little fucking Japanese one. I can't remember what it's called. You know the one, though. You guys know the one. It's the one that just has huge hog energy. See one of those driving, and it's just like, oh. Nice small truck. You trying to compensate for something there, big dick? Also a fun thing to yell at people in small car or in smart cars. Appealing to a crowd that typically undergoes dick ensmallment surgery. Exactly. Exactly. It's the best. It's the best. It's the truck for. Dude, have you seen the towing capacity and the hauling capacity on those things? They're fucking. They outperform most modern F-150s at like literally everything. And I guess like because it's also because like I'm from Vancouver, right? Like that's the only practical truck worth having out there, anyways. Okay, I think my buddy's just pulling up now. Says he's typing, but he's also really slow at typing, so that gives me time to finish this up. And he'll be like another 40 minutes. All right. We're going to be opening the package at 1 o'clock, not... All right. Keep slapping ready, Tara. I'm going to laugh really hard if it's the first package that Fenris sent me. The one that they replaced because they lost it. Or they thought it got lost. No, I'm stoked. I haven't had mystery... I've never had a mystery package for the studio. Even if it's hate mail, I'm excited. If it's a hate mail, I'll know I've truly made it. Because it means I take up so much of somebody's brain power that they felt the need to send me mail to tell me how much they dislike me. How you know you've made it as a content creator is when, you know, you're getting that once the hate mail starts, then you know you're doing good. Girl got ran over by an F-150. What did you do last night? You get itchy. How much you drink? You get into the absinthe or something? Those wormwood hangovers are fucking something, dude. I just woke up. Like the way you're describing it, I'm like, man, sounds like somebody was drinking absinthe last night. Sounds like waking up was the mistake. 40 beers. Yeah. I've been there. Been there. The old 40 beers, you know? Could show you some pictures from your youth, from my youth, that would make y'all go white. Ginge is apparently still half cut from last night. When you're 20 beers deep, waking up at 6 a.m., half cut, ready to rock and roll to work. That's the fucking Berta special, my man. When you gotta be at work at 6 and it's 4 a.m. and you're just getting to bed. I used to do that one. I used to ensure I couldn't be late for work, I used to go and sleep against the entrance to work. At one of the restaurants I worked at, there was a back entrance, and I used to go and sleep against the back door, which was kind of hidden. And so that way, when the chef arrived in the mornings, I couldn't be late for work because I was already there. Couldn't be late. I'm already there. Just gotta wake me up. Hey man, you don't gotta justify it to me. Those nights happen. We've all had a Mystery Science Theater 3000 night, you know. We've all done Mystery Science Theater with our friends. We've all been there. Okay, I think we're almost done the most annoying step on this fucking project. Yeah, we are. Okay, we got the base coats on that color. Only if they use a straw. Studio Bones, so don't worry. The self-shame, we've got nothing. Oh, exactly. No, that's just usual hangover shame. I get it. I've been there before. Again, I've been there, man. Trust me, I know the feeling of 40 beers. I've been to Vegas before, man. And that was before I quit. The only city where beer is cheaper than water. Anybody, and Ginge, if you haven't been to Vegas, that's not a joke. It is cheap. Beer is cheaper than water. It's $2 for. It's usually about $2 for a bottle of water and $1 for a liter of beer. The only city where it's cheaper to drink beer than water. The sword in the night takes me there. Welcome in, Jinxie. Then you get shafted. Booze is free. Water you have to pay. Yeah, I know. That's Vegas, man. Trust me, there's part of a reason why I'm like, fuck it. I might just go back to drinking for the weekend while I'm there. Load up on free Hennessy. Welcome in, Jinxie. Hope you're having a great day so far. Got all the cool cats hanging out here today. Got the base coats just kind of roughly applied there. You know what? I'm gonna move fast and loose here because this is annoying me. We're gonna go to the same initial glaze color that we kind of mixed up from before. We're gonna work in fairly large brush strokes. And just make sure you're doing your cleanup during this stage too and not missing areas. Yeah, we're going to use that kind of glazy color that we'd whipped up earlier now. Start smoothing, brightening. Why does this song seem like it comes on every stream? I know somebody explained to me that Spotify Shuffle doesn't actually shuffle. I was abruptly woken up by my kid screaming. There was a gross bug that I had to deal with. Was it gross? No, it was okay. What kind of gross bug? Was it like a silverfish? I had to deal with a silverfish this morning. Ugh. Welcome to the West Coast. Silverfish are not cute. But it's okay, because I keep a squirt bottle of, in order to deal with the silverfish, I have a squirt bottle of isopropyl alcohol. And you just squirt them with it, and then they turn inside out, essentially. Here, Ginge, this just for you. Maybe not just for you. Let me turn this one up. I met Kerry King. Kind of a weird guy. Every time I hear this song, it reminds me of those animated Xmas lights. That one is fantastic, and I know exactly what you're referring to. But yeah, I didn't wake up to my cat's or to a child screaming or my cat screaming. I woke up to my stomach screaming. It was mad at me. Something I ate was just giving me cramps. I didn't know that. Silverfish, roaches are a type of crustacean, technically. But they carry disease, so it doesn't matter what they are. Silverfish are pretty common everywhere, but yeah, they're gross. I'm not a bug person. I know some people are. Like, I don't know. I don't like bugs. There's no such thing as, like, cool bugs to me. Other than bumblebees. Bumblebees are adorable. I like that I said that right as you hit that, by the way. That's kind of funny. Your message came through right as I was saying, I like bees. Bees are cool because they're cute and they've got their little fuzzy butts. And then they get covered in pollen, and then they're like even cuter because they're just like. So yeah, like I like the little bumblers, but I'm not really. And we'll go back to the normal volume for the music. Yeah, you can go through like. Well, I'm not the piercer here, but I would. There's no issue with going through scar tissue. Or what would be the issue with going through scar tissue? Because I've had to have like I had a couple of re-piercings done, and we just popped it back through. And I'm not sure because I know you mentioned that you did like the big piercing conference in Vegas. I don't know if you knew any of the people that I know that would go to it, but like they're both insects, but bug refers to a specific kind of insects. The crustacean thing you confuse with isopods, which are crustaceans. This is the best part of Twitch. I'm just learning right now. I'm learning so much. I'm learning about two different things at the same time. If it migrated, if it's that's so yeah. Sorry, I didn't miss the question. Is it if they took it out versus if it migrated? Because migration is also an issue with transdermals, right? Which is why the typical lifespan of like catfish transdermals are what, like 5 years or 10 years? Sorry, I don't know the dimples. Or if the scar's really thick and not flexible. I think as well, like I will just say, because like you're the professional, and your advice is the one that I would listen to. And everything I'm saying is just conjecture from what I had done to myself. So always listen to the professionals. Sometimes the hole will shrink. Yeah, I was going to say, I think the issue, or the reason I was going to say the reason I didn't have an issue is because all of my stuff was stretched to like 6 gauge. So nothing technically ever closed. So usually what would happen is it would shrink back to like a 12 and then, or like a 12, like it would just be, and some of those piercings were in spots where you can't go that small. One of my piercings ended up actually fixing an issue for me, which was really fun. Like, I just had that brief moment. I started telling this story, and I was like, I don't know that I should tell this story on stream. This was one of those times where I'm like, this might be a TMI story, Boneless. Yes! Yeah, Jinx, it fixed that for me. Even after I took them out. I've had the piercings out for 8 years now, and it's still fixed. Although it was kind of funny because Jesse had to get them like had to get them to pop out first. And like he's a good friend. He was a good friend of mine at the time. We didn't have a falling out or anything. We've just fallen out of touch. I have no ill will towards him. I don't think he has any ill will towards me. We just haven't talked. But yeah, Jesse, who did a lot of my piercings for me, he used to teach one of the seminars on forward moving infections at the con. I don't want to give up his last name because that would give up way too much information about me. But if you knew him, Jinx, he's like 5'3", ears like yay big, and he teaches the infectious disease, or he used to teach infectious disease and forward moving infections. But he did all my work for me, which was also nice because again, it's nice getting a guy that's like extremely knowledgeable in like everything that can go wrong. So like he was like just kind of yeah, he was like treated everything like a damn surgeon. Might be open. You can't just yeah. Don't push that. I will definitely say don't just push jewelry back through. The best thing you can do is take it to a piercer and see what they think. Don't go to somewhere like Claire's. Take them to a proper piercing shop where they're, licensed in hand pushing their needles and where they know what they're doing. Not a mall kiosk. And yeah, see what the piercer has to say. Because you should always trust the opinion of the professional, but there's also it's one of the things that I think I can say out loud here is, as you're kind of seeing from James, she can't really answer the question without physically seeing it. And there's always going to be an element of like, the answer is yes and no at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. I just figured I'd mention that it's an interesting one because the answer is both yes and no. I'm aware. I know. I know. I'm also the one live though, and have to be talking, and I'm the one reading messages out loud. So it's my job to voice my opinion on what I'm reading and speaking. Don't worry, man. I'm not. I'm just streaming. No, exactly. It's something where the answer will always be maybe. But especially with something like that, it's really hard to make an assessment online. Yeah, there we go. Missed that bit. Come through. Mentioned Tinkerbell. We got mentioned you were disputation. Nice. Piercing was something I wanted to do when I was younger. But as I got older, I just started viewing, like, I started getting into sports again, and I started viewing piercings as just a physical weakness. Piercings in my brain started being associated with, like, something that it's like, I have to take this out actively, or it's going to be used against me. Just and if they use one of those punchy machines. Exactly. Exactly. Man, I still love how well I healed up from, like, most of my piercings, though. I will say that the guy who did them, I never had a piercing reject. I never had a piercing get infected. I had the same person do... I had the same person do 11 piercings for me and 2 scalpelings, and I never once had any issues. No infections. Also, dude, your lantern and Tinker Fairy is looking so freaking good. Do you want to share the Insta post? You know, it's link friendly. If you want to drop the link to your Insta so everybody can see what you're talking about. Jinx is working on an incredible piece right now. I don't want to spoil Tinker Fairy, but it's really good. Scratch your head. It's also nice. Seriously, guys, it is so nice to be able to wear my glasses again. I did not realize how much of an impairment it has been having to paint with my glasses off because they didn't fit with my headphones. For those of you that have been here for a while and didn't know, I wear seeing glasses, and I take them off for stream. Tinker Fairy! Okay, I'm bringing that up. Just so good. Look at that. This is so good. Here we go. It's so good, dude. I'm thinking, and I know it's just me, but I think you could probably intensify the highlight on the leg a little bit because of how, like, close it is to the direct light source. I think this could just be a little bit brighter in here. And that's me talking to my coach. It's just being very clear here. It's like this is the person I get my coaching from, so take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, but that's incredible. But I think if you painted in your OSL for a bit more intensity, it would read even better. You know what I'm saying? All said with care. I had that highlight painted, but I got rid of it. You can see where the actual light lands. The OG highlight was way too bright. I'm going to trust you on that one. Normally, I would just, you know, yeah, this is one of those times where just for everyone else's opinion, for everyone else's sake in here, normally I'd stand pretty firm on my, like, I think you should, but this is one of those instances where I'm able to immediately recognize that I'm out of my depth. So if you, like, I've definitely been in that position where I've wiped something out and it's been like, yeah, that was the right call. In fact, we've been seeing that a lot on our display pieces where we keep having to kind of rethink the choices and being like, that's too bright, this is too this is too that. The only one that I'm like, I don't know, I'm excited to get through Gobbo. Get a bunch of work done on them. I painted him a bunch off stream again. And I'm not sure if I mentioned this. I did probably another 6 hours on him after the lesson. Just trying to get it all right. But I got it. You got the lighting. This part needs to be adjusted right in here. That's not correct. But look at that, like the shoulder and... I don't know, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty stoked about the fact that we got the lighting fixed. Lots of refining to do, lots still to go on that one, but... I can't talk about that one without a big grin appearing on my dumb little face. Like, I love them so much, and it is everything I wanted it to be. It's everything I wanted it to be. Okay. Gotta keep my messenger open because we are still waiting on that package delivery. And like I said that, and then he just became active on Messenger again. So he's probably going to pull up in the next 2-3 minutes. I'd say it closed up. How often is possible to have it redone? That's a question. And everybody, quick heads up, we'll be in ad jail about 5 minutes. Ads are on the way. And we're getting the... And there we go. Some things are just so variable. You can't count on them. I mean, like, I think the fastest I ever had to have something re-pierced was 2 days. little under 2 days. I had to take a piercing out for an MRI. And by the time I came back in, the piercer was just like, dude, I just need to put the needle back through this or it's gonna be not work. He was just straight up, he's like, I'm afraid of actually damaging the tissue around it if I don't push the needle back through. Thankfully, he's also an absolute gem, and he never charged me for the re-piercing on that one because he was just like, no, this is just a me comfort thing. I would rather have it done this way. He was also the guy, though, who I was joking about. He always had to go on 2 when we did the countdown, because if he let me get to 3, he knew I would panic. And if we hit 3, I always... So I know I was talking about this before about Jinx, how, like, you didn't like, but what I was like, he would always push on 2, but it was, again, now that you know me a bit better, important to know, I always flinch on 3. As soon as he said 3, I would flinch. So he learned that he'd have to push on 2 or I'm going to jerk away. So it was not on him as well. That was not something he did for everyone. That was just a me thing. You know how that is with some regulars where you just like you know how they're going to react. Yeah, okay, we got the nose, hell yeah. Okay, clean the brushy out, and ads, got in a minute. Should get some more coffee in my system. I know I'm trying to drink less, but I'm also still, like... Yeah, I'm just finishing my first cup, so, you know, guys, like, that's pretty good for me. And I know I drink a big cup, but... Shut up. You hate me 'cause I got what you need. And... Okay, I'm going into your skin tone now. Okay, got my mix. Got a nice thin... I'm gonna start with the banner. Excuse me. What's up, Des? Hope you're having a good day so far. We are working on our Chaos Commission. And lurking, phone call. No worries. Do what you must. Appreciate you being here at all, man. And for everybody else, we are just hitting some ads. And I got a buddy waiting on when he messages. I'm going to have to run out and grab the mail really quickly. We start. Look at how quickly these guys went from looking like blobs of messy shit to just actually looking kind of badass. Never mind. No worries. And I think he just pulled up. So I might have to run outside. I just tried to start stream, but something's wrong with OBS and I gave up. So I continued paying a lewd orc. I'm doing great, Des. OBS is weird all the time. And quick little scritchy scratchy highlights. Okay. And I apologize that it's happening right as we're getting back from ads, but I gotta run outside really quickly and meet my buddy who is delivering a package. So we will be doing that before we continue any further. And we're gonna go see, we finally get to know what the mystery mail is. It's been a couple days of waiting. Finally get to find out what the mystery mail is. I have no idea what was sent to me. Drink all your paint water while you're away. Don't you dare drink my delicious paint water. I'm saving it for myself. It's my post-stream snack, thank you. It's where all my talent lies. My secret talent juice. It's the sacred talent juice. Everybody knows that that's where actually where painters get our talent from. It has nothing to do with skill or practice. It's just drinking paint water. It is us becoming one with our paint slowly. Oh, 1 second. Okay. Get the backs of the legs. Okay. This might actually be a lot easier than I thought it would be. Why do you... It's fair. Pigments, you know we're not serious. We're not drinking our paint water. You know it. Okay. I gotta go grab a package. We will be right back. Hopefully, this will not be more than 5 minutes. And he just sent a message saying he is 5 minutes away. So we're still like just kind of gonna wait. Dude, if this is a box of glitter, I am gonna fucking. I'm just gonna warn everybody. If I get a box of glitter, stream's over for the day. That's the end of stream today. If I open a box of glitter live in front of everyone. It didn't send you glitter. Is this one from you? That's what I was gonna say. I didn't think you sent me anything. Which is why I'm like, I'm not actually expecting any mail. Don't send boneless TMM paints. TMM paint is fine. It's different if you than opening a box of loose glitter. So that's just paints with glitter. Yeah. I did know that actually. I just realized my brain thought that glitter, what box of glitter is TMM paints. Okay, so Desmond, if you didn't know, I have a mystery package. A package. Okay, 1 second, and okay, I'll be right back.
Sorry about that, people. Holy shit. That took longer than I thought it would. He parked on the wrong side of the building. He's like, I'm here. And he was parked in front of somebody else's building. But we have some exciting news. I actually think I know what's in this package. Based on the date, it appears that my Fenris box showed up. Apparently, somebody found a package made out to me in their shed. And they have no idea how a package made to me got into their shed, but they brought it to the post office. So this is a true story. This was found in I got to find out, this was found in somebody's shed in a random city. This was found in somebody's shed in the wrong city, and they were nice enough to bring it to the post office. And the post office decided to do the right thing and get it back to me. So, open this up and see what's inside. Yeah, this was my lost mail. That it appears that this is my lost package, because it says this is from February, and the only package I had shipped out to me in February from Fenris Workshop was my sponsorship package that got lost, and they took full blame for. So let's see what we got in here. So if so, I'm gonna have to do another post for Fenris, and also email Gabriel to let him know. Oh, yes! Yeah, see? Show you guys really quickly there. One-shot collab from Studio Boneless. Oh, and actually, sorry, from Boneless Studio. They put the wrong fucking... They were so quick to do it for me, they didn't even check to make sure I had the right... Nice. There's my dry palette. I got another one. The brush kit. That's three more. This is 3 new Kalinskis and 2 new stippling brushes. And best of all, guys, no bomb. And look at that. A new plinth to mount the goblin. So now is this plinth too big for him? It actually this plinth might actually be too big for him. But that's a gorgeous, nice, like, solid plinth. Could beat someone with this. This is the same plinth that broke my Dremel. So, just really quickly, thank you, Fenris Workshop. I really appreciate you guys sending me that box of goodies. And I really, really appreciate that 4 months later, it found its way back to me. So,
yeah, just take a moment there and say thank you to Fenris Workshop for sponsoring the stream. And for sending me free shit. Because I like free things. So yeah, thank you, Fenris. Thank you for getting me another set of Kalinskis. I'll make a post on Robot. Yes. I did a one-off sponsorship with Fenris Workshop back in March. They sent me a plinth, a pallet, and it got lost. It never made it to me. And so I emailed the company back, and I was like, hey, guys, it got lost. And the picture showed that the package just was in some random shed somewhere. Nowhere that, I could identify. And the guy who sent me the stuff, and we made some jokes. He was really friendly about it. And then he was like, no worries, we'll just resend it. And so I got the resend, and I've been using that for a while, and I was really enjoying all the products they sent me. And then I had a mystery package show up for me at the post office earlier this week. And I guess my buddy got the story when he picked it all up, because we share the box, and somebody was doing a clean out of their shed in a random city, nowhere close to the one that I was in. And they found a box made out to Studio Boneless, and they had no idea what the fuck that was, so they took it to the post office. Post office got it to me. This is a sponsorship box from Fenris Workshop. I've used all of the products in it extensively already, and I speak very highly of them. Right? Also, welcome in, Robot Crash. Hope you're having a great day so far. But yeah, Fenris Workshop. I have two sponsors. Or technically, I only have one sponsor. Fenris was only a one-off, so I don't have to do anything with them. They just sent me shit to then do an Instagram post. My only actual sponsor is... my actual sponsorship, thank you very much, is sponsored by Pants. Slowly working on some Commandos. Oh, hell yeah. I love Commandos. They're great sculpts, great models. And, I love painting me some greenskins. You could probably tell by the top of my hand that I'm a big fan of greenskins. Wait, you paint with Pants? No, but I'm sponsored by Pants. Have you ever noticed that I always am wearing harem pants when I stream? They're getting the Princess Mononoke board treatment. But yeah, if you haven't noticed, that's why I'm always... Harem pants are super comfy. And they pay me to wear them. Not very much, but mostly I have a commission code with them. Honestly, it's why I asked them to sponsor me originally, is I was just like, hi, I already wear these all day because I don't want to feel like I'm wearing real pants. Pretty much I just emailed them being like, I already wear your product at work because I don't like to wear pants. Can you give me money? And then I got an email back saying that they didn't feel I was the right fit. And then 4 months later, just out of nowhere, I got an email saying code Boneless is now active. And then I did all the stuff, and we've tested it out. And yep, the payouts work. It goes directly to my PayPal. I think I actually have the amount they commissioned me in the post. The 15%. They pay out pretty good. don't make a lot of sales because unfortunately the market for harem pants within miniature painting is quite small. But I mostly use the code for myself. Yeah, it's as I've been learning more and more, the key to getting sponsorships, guys, is just email companies saying, please, can I have free thing? And you would be surprised how many places say yes. Please send free thing. Matter. I don't beg, so I'd never send an email like that. It's not begging. It's usually just saying, "Hi, this is who I am. I work. This is my studio. Are you currently looking to expand X, Y, Z?" Usually it's again. You're not actually. I don't actually send an email saying, "Give me free stuff." It's saying, "Hi, my name's Studio Boneless. I am a small miniature painter. I stream on Twitch. I've got a community of about 500 people and average 10 to 15 concurrent viewers most days." You know, if you're currently interested in expanding your affiliate program, I am a fan of your product and would love to have a conversation with you. Exactly, it's just begging in business speak. Exactly, Mars. You get it. You get it. Bad at both. Make deal, make a full set frame. Mention stuff. And as we get the horses more and more painted in, these models are looking better and better and better. Yeah, it's honestly, it's just you. It's not actually begging. You're just, you know, it's more humorous to say it that way. And again, like you always got to take the perspective. I'm a Twitch streamer. My job is to say things in like the most humorous or worst possible ways to, you know, add an entertainment value to an otherwise boring statement. Get up, break it down a little something. I'm fed up, it's time to go ahead hunting. Dead up, too many crew be frontin'. I'm fed up, it's time to go ahead hunting. I think a lot of artists have struggled since COVID, honestly. A lot, like, I don't know. I thrived in isolation, but I've also, it's been 6 years and I haven't come out of lockdown yet, really. If I'm being completely honest. 6 years later, I'm still kind of living in lockdown. Now it's out of choice. Last one. Vault lifestyle. Well, I got my Vault Boy tattoo. Not sure I had the Vault Boy tattoo a lot longer than that, but it validates why I have the Vault Boy tattoo. I like going outside and gardening and, you know, hiking on all that, but like, people are exhausting. Okay, there we go. Let's do this shield. Grass is, well, I mean, you also live somewhere where the grass is made of plastic. And the grass that isn't made of plastic is like, you know, dead and yellow. What? It's the truth. It's either turf or it's brown and dead. They don't have grass there. She lives in a desert. I'm just saying, when you live in the desert, of course the grass is itchy. Okay, now that we've done that step, we're going to start over at the beginning, and we're going to just redo that step from the get-go because we're working in fairly thin colors, which is why we're able to be so fast and loose. But yeah, like, here the grass is green and soft and lush, so, like, you know, frolicking barefoot through the grass is a nice experience. I've walked barefoot, you know, out where you're from. I just try to keep it somewhat Vegas because it's not my place to say, right? Like I've walked barefoot around those areas. It's awful. It's awful. The grass hurts. The concrete burns. Just stay inside. Honestly, I would too if I had to deal with your guys' weather and your everything's. I'm not built for it. I'm really not looking forward to the fact that it's going to be 122 while I'm in, or it's going to be 120 while I'm in Vegas. Like, why do you have to get married in the summer? Can't you get married during LVO? Can for my sake, come on, guys. Like, couldn't you be considerate and book it for this exact very specific time in October? I've been to Vegas in October. It's fucking awesome. Like shorts and t-shirt weather in the daytime, and you know, you put a sweater on at night, you're good to go. I got so did my first or my so did my biological parents. Which is why I'm actually hilarious about the fact that I'm like, I gotta go to Little White Chapel. Which is where my parents got married. Although my bio parents was like a straight up like traditional Vegas, they knew each other 3 days kind of thing. I'm really going to start refining things now. We don't have people, but it's long as well as I'm great. Nice. Yeah. I'm like I like having people around. Don't get me wrong. Like I also don't at the same time. There are very few people that don't drain my social battery. The ones that do, I like spending time with. But unfortunately, my social battery doesn't last as long as most people's does. And it's a bit of a Jekyll Hyde situation once I'm tired and I don't want to be dealing with people anymore. I think a lot of you would be kind of alarmed at how mean I can get when I'm tired. And when you know that about yourself, you're just like, gotta be conscious of like where I'm at with my energy levels and my battery when I'm dealing with people. Why having a job where I'm online is great, because if I feel it coming on too much, I can just be like, all right, we're done for the day, click. And I have that like immediate out. And it was awesome to get a package from Fenris today. I'm in like such a good mood now because I'm also like, yeah, now I have like good brushes that I can use as like now I can actually commit to using this as my workhorse. So now that I have a second one of these that I can keep in like better condition, I can use one of them to be a workhorse. So it's nice. Now I have working Kalinskis and finishing Kalinskis. Most people don't get to have working Kalinskis. So again, thank you, Fenris Workshop, for sending this to me. Thank you for replacing the original package that got shipped. You guys did not have to do that. And I'm stoked that it arrived. Just bear with me one sec, man. Are you sure you're one? That's dope. I get yeah, I'm hitting a bit of a flow right now, so I'm also going to acknowledge I might get a little bit quiet because this is just going to be working through sketching. And it's easy to do, but it's also one where I'm like, I just want to get it done because it's not exactly the most exciting. Falling down. This is my destiny. Check one. Pretty much, dude. That is actually what Boneless turns into. Is he doesn't nap. Like if I don't get my 4 o'clock nap, that is actually Boneless. And you know what's super rad? Again, quick reminder, everybody. Surgery tomorrow. Stream will be starting a little bit late because I got to go get something cut out of my neck. Once that's done, we'll be live. So I don't imagine it'll be so much pain that I can't work, right? Good luck. Thank you for that, Bug. Also, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. But yeah, it's just a cyst removal. It's nothing big. It's nothing serious. I mean, well, actually, that's not the cyst itself is large, but the surgery itself is easy and not like a serious or a big one. But yeah. But yeah. So it's not a big deal, but it will impact stream a little bit, so that's why I'm mentioning it. Also, because I figure for the regulars, they deserve to know that it's like, yeah, you know, like I'm aiming for 11, but it could be a little bit later than that. But if I mention I'm getting surgery done, nobody's gonna fucking message me asking where I am, and that's mostly the reason why I'm just keep reiterating it. Is I don't want a bunch of DMs tomorrow asking, "Have an amazing day, Desmond. Thank you for popping in. I hope you have a great rest of your day." Mostly just say I don't want a bunch of DMs asking me, "Hey, what's going on? How come you're not live right now?" A little bit of Aussie hip hop with Charlie Tuna in there too. Got little hilltop hoods. I don't mind getting some DMs, or I don't mind DMs, honestly. It's just that sometimes it's like, sometimes it's like, guys, I'm busy. Start getting the skull mask. And again, you guys see just bit by bit as we paint them in, Those are actually looking pretty cool, eh? Now, the other thing we could do is we can also make them like sickly horses. So once we're done doing this, we could always come back with a very, very thin layer of green contrast over this, or like a green glaze, and get it to read as kind of like a putrefaction. We'll make the decision. I think personally it's fine as is, but we'll also need to see if the leather or if the cloth and the horse end up being too similar at the end. Oh, these don't hip hop, they drop bear. Down to there for Jonathan from all around, speaking in tongues. It's like we're speaking in tongues. Pick me up just to pull me down. March today, the drums come from all around. It's like we're speaking in tongues. There we go. Okay. That is 2 rounds of this color applied. That's a good knock into White Horsey. We don't need no thought controlling. Where's my ivory? There it is. I'm gonna add pure ivory into this mix. Hey, teacher, leave the kids alone. There we go. And let's come into the next one here. Or we're going back to the first one here. There we go. No worries. Appreciate the lurk. We're probably going to be live another maybe an hour and a half. And then I'm going to wrap it up for the day. Should be enough to get through all of the white elements on these horses. And there we go. And there we go. I'm going to come back to the banner. I'm just going to come in and reinforce a couple of the colors that we just did. I'm going to hit them with the second coat because it is dry enough to do so. Let's do the horse. Now you want to get very limited in how much is going on the horse. I can't believe so many amazingly talented artists popped in today, by the way. I'm still so happy about that. Thank you, everybody who's been tuning in, hanging out. Couple surprise visits there that we're not expecting to see. So, it's been a really, really good day so far. I'm just gonna say that. Sundays fucking rule. I don't know, maybe it's the energy I bring to Sundays because in my head I just have this association that Sundays are incredible, so I always show up Sundays with just like good energy and it becomes this self-fulfilling prophecy, but like yeah, dude, I don't know what it is about Sundays, but I love them. And you guys seem to love Sundays as well. So, question for you guys: for anybody who was thinking these don't, or for anybody who was questioning my approach or any of the, what these were going to look like as we push them, anybody still doubting the approach that we're taking to get them done? I don't think anybody's doubting that this is a great way to paint now. Just hit a couple of highlights there. It's 2 of them done with the next highlight color. We have to do this color, and then we do the pure ivory. And then for some areas, I might do pure white. I'm undecided yet. If I do pure white, it's only going to be on the horses, and it's just to get the horses to read different, or to have a different finish than the cloth.
Ah, Necro, the less talented brother of Ill Bill. You are. You just got a tired and resentful Pigments today. Mr. Pigments is on his villain arc right now. I am. When you know, you know, you know? Tired Drez is on his villain arc. You're painting wrong because you're not using oil paints. I mean, that's a fact. Speed. See, total villain, right? I mean, if you're gonna complain that I'm not using oil paints, I think that's less villain and more like you're in your anti-hero phase, because you're not wrong and you're like preaching the gospel, but you're going about it like a dick. So it kind of puts you in the same category as like Frank Castle, I guess. Takes you out of the villain category, and it's like if you're just if you're being like if you're doing the right thing but in the wrong way, then that puts you into the anti-hero category. Vice versa if you're doing the wrong things for the right reasons. Perfect. I'm good with that. I should get out of the tub now. Oh man, it's that kind of hangover. You've just been laying in the bathtub for 3 hours. I love it. I haven't had one of those in a long time. That's a kind of hangover. I'm like, fuck. When was the last time I had one of those? Been at least 8 or 9 years. As soon as this song started for a second, I was like, I didn't know if it was going to be the original or the Cypress Hill.
Through this world, nothing can stop the Duke of Earl. Well, my girl. Okay, and because I'm the Duke of Earl. Duchess of Earl. Those are starting to read nicely. I might use my airbrush to finish the shields, just to go and smooth them out, like I did on the cloaks. Oh yeah, you guys weren't there for that. I cheated and did a quick airbrush on the cloaks just to smooth them out when you guys weren't paying attention. Nope. Ah, yes. Great song. This song is about Mr. Pigment's last night. And the night is cold, and the hours are long. I think upon good times, no long since gone. But no memory pleases me more to recall than the night that dear Willie came out on a crawl. He was 18 for a few hours more. We fed him some whiskey as he walked through the door. The sound of a house party roared down the streets. So he pounded his pilsner and leapt to a beat, though we had his filly. Tequila swilly. Oh, we put out the flames and it earned him the name Fire Marshal. This happened at a party right near my house growing up. This is a bit of a fucking legendary story. Like this was a bit of a local legend. By the barbecue side, and we told him, just sit down instead. Don't touch the extinguisher, shiny in red. But William was drunk as I've ever seen a man, and soon the insanity surely began. We had his filly, tequila swilly. Well, he put out the flames, and it earned him the name Fire Marshal Willie. But yeah, he's bit of a local legend, though, when this one happened. Well, 10 minutes later, he flashed me a smile. There wasn't combustion within 20 miles. He hosed every chap in the whole fucking place and threw some cold water right in Jesse's face. Essentially, long and short, if you don't pick up the story from what happened there, their buddy on his 19th birthday had way too much to drink way too quickly. They dragged him to a party where he drank a bunch more way too fast, then passed out on the porch. And then when he woke up kind of like still super fucked up, the person whose house it was went to bring him a glass of water, took the glass of water, threw it in the host's face, and then proceeded to run around the house with a fire extinguisher that he found outside and spraying everyone with it. And ever since then, they called him Fire Marshal Willie. as he just because on his 19th birthday he got hammered and ran around a house party spraying people in the face with a fire extinguisher. And we wrote a folk song to commemorate that moment. Okay. And death rode upon a pale horse. Anapantensia. 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 A bit of restarts. Hell yeah. Fucking love the restarts. It was funny with Small Parts stream yesterday. We were talking about the real Mackenzies, and how Paul Mackenzie might be the most Scottish man alive, despite the which it was really funny hearing Smalls talking about how the real Mackenzies might be the most Scottish band ever, despite the fact they're a Canadian band. Which was quite amusing. So now I'm in the mood for some real Mackenzies. I got a couple good songs we'll throw in there. Oh yeah, that one can go in too. All right, got a bunch of real Mackenzies now in the queue after talking about that, because we want to listen to the Canadians role playing as the Scots. But confirmed by the Scots that they're more Scottish than most of the people in Scotland. Okay. Holy shit. We're actually gonna have time to do the full ivory highlight. I do want them to be fully dry for this step though, so I'm gonna take a moment because I don't want to be working against wet paint, because now I need to be coming in with a bit thicker paint and dropping in more precise lines. And just for some perspective, we've taken the 10 of them to this standard now, which I think that's pretty cool for an afternoon of, or like for just like an afternoon of painting 10 dudes. Especially because, like, you know, white isn't exactly an easy color to do fast. And the fact that we're kind of being able to get to the point where we can now speed paint ivory, that might actually be the thing I am most proud of in my studio, is the fact that I've gotten to the point where I have I have a fast ivory recipe. I say it still takes 7 layers. Forgot my coffee. And now we will go into just pure ivory, though. Just gotta let it all dry. And we must obey. Farewell, farewell to Nova Scotia's charm, for it's early in the morning and I'm far, far away. Farewell to Nova Scotia, the sea-bound coast. Let your mountains dark and dreary be. And when I'm far away on that bonny ocean tossed, would you ever even sigh or a wish for me? Well, I have 3 brothers and they're at rest, with their arms across upon the breast. Poor simple sailor boys just like me must be tossed and dumped in the cold Black Sea. Farewell to Nova Scotia, the sea-bound coast. Let your mountains dark and dreary be. When I'm far away on that briny ocean tossed, would you ever even sigh and a wish for me? Would you ever even sigh and a wish for me? My duck's charged again? Oh, dude, I thought I broke the duck. I genuinely thought I broke it. I was on such a rampage that day. I genuinely thought that like I managed to break the duck from like 2,000 miles away. There we go. We got the ivory. I was shocked that it's like I charged it 3 times a day. So it kind of was just a still boneless is on a rampage today moment. Let's see there. Just going to correct those lines so that gets brightest at the top there. We can also come in, do an edge highlight along the bottoms of these folds. And there we go. That looks really good. And we just have to do small touches now. And there we go. I think this is going to be incredible, guys. We're going to get through the ivory. We're going to have a bunch of... We're going to get these models probably to about 80% done today. How do you... And you guys see what I mean now about how, like, by putting the clean white next to the dirty green and orange in the metal, it just looks so good. And it contrasts really nicely, despite the fact that none of these colors are actually contrasting colors. Like, the only contrast we're actually getting in this model is the fact that I've used both green and orange in my washes. Beyond that, there is no contrast. Or, like, we're not using... There's, like, no color contrast. It's all textural contrast and contrast through some area through cleanliness and dirtiness. And again, the entire theme for this army is I'm trying to use again, like I had my reference art, I have my Blanchitsu stuff, but I am using a bunch of like actual old biblical art. So I've been looking at a bunch of like Renaissance paintings of Pestilence, and I've been using a lot of those as my inspirations as well, which is why we're going in and taking the time to get that. Like, if you've anybody's looked at the old Renaissance art of the Four Horsemen, Pestilence is a very nice white horse. So this color scheme is very much based on old biblical art as well. And we're going very quickly through this, if you can't tell. I figure everyone can tell because they're watching me very quickly get these highlights placed down. Seven more after this, and then we do the pure white highlights on the horsies. I do not use a lot of titanium white. This is one of the very, very rare times I am going to actually bust it out, and it's because I have two elements of white, and I need the horses to be whiter than the ivory armor. So because there are going to be two different whites on here, all right. I'm here and I'm from Canada. Well, I'm Canadian, Scottish Canadian with opportunities. Could have been a manager of a brewery, making beer for everyone, but most important, me. My mom an office clerk, and neither one of those were good enough for me. I could have moved into the hills and ran a few stills and made a fortune selling hooch beyond the law. Poor decision, a punk musician.
My, what lovely feet.
We'll exercise just a moment, J-Matt. Let me finish up these last couple rounds of highlights, and then I will knock that out. Hope you're having a great day so far. I used to be a lumberjack, and I'm okay with that. I wore suspenders, little panties, and a bra. I used to be a socialist, a sort of communist. Now I'm a pessimist, and I don't care at all. Could have been a minister, a holy predator, a man of faith you really wouldn't want to meet, perhaps a Scientologist. Poor decision, a punk musician just ain't as cute at 53. I have forsaken money making, but you still wish you were me. J-Man, exercise, then hydrate. Yeah. Again, we're going to hammer that out just as soon as I get this round of paint done. Because I got the brush loaded. And getting this one done takes us halfway through these models, which then means we are halfway through the ivory. And then that means we're almost done the ivory because we only have to do the final highlight on 5 dudes. And then we just have to go through and do the titanium white on the horsies. Okay, I'm going to go and do that real fast. The waters around you. Accepted that soon will be corruptible. Okay. Here's the exercise. The hydration. Form is important. Genuinely, your form is important when you're exercising. If you're not standing correctly, if you're not using good posture, if you're not conscious of your core and your back positioning, honestly, dude, there's like no point in lifting. You're just going to hurt yourself. At least that's my stance on it, right? Like, if you're not going to do it correctly, there's no point in doing it. The only downside is like when I do my shoulder press, I'm not sure if you noticed, I was doing a really quick pop motion and I wasn't hitting a full extension. It's because I have a 7-foot ceiling and I'm 6 feet tall. So I can only go about a foot above my head. Or I'm a little over 6 feet tall and I have a 7-foot ceiling. So we're doing Chaos Warriors today, JMad. Doing a bunch of old world up right now. Finishing up this commission for a client. Essentially, we're going to be doing a bunch of pale knights on rusty knights on pale horses. What are you working on today, JMad? Hope you're having a great day. Old world. I paint a lot of old world because my client, or one of my essentially my biggest client is a big old world player. So this is, I think, the 4th old world army I've painted for him. Great song too. Whoo! This life turned out nothing like I had planned. Why not? But now I should have had some lead, some money in my hand, right about 50 grand, but I got nothing. I rip rhymes on the bus, I keep suffering. But the lands of the dust, I keep sniffing. The shit is for the punkos, the shit is for my bros, the people in the front row. Working on Belial is over halfway done. Look, Bolter, Shield. Ooh, very nice, very nice. I am and three more to highlight the ivory on, and then we just have white highlights to apply. This is crazy. Oh my goodness. I'm so happy. These are looking so good. You are one of the new peoples here. Thank you so much for popping in. Thank you for hanging out. It's been a really amazing stream. And I value all of you. Today has ruled. Yeah. So thank you, everybody who's been here so far. Appreciate all of you. And if you're new here, please consider hitting follow. I'm live on Thursdays, Fridays, Sundays, and Mondays. I'm going to be late to stream on Monday because I have surgery. And then I will be taking the next week off because I will be out of the country. So next week, there will be no streams due to me being out of the country. Although there are many great content creators on at those times, so don't worry. Well, I was participating in some anarchy. First spot we hit it was the liquor store. I finally got all that alcohol I can afford. Red light flashing, time to retire, and then we turned that liquor store into a structure fire. Next spot we hit it was the music shop. It only took one rock to make the window drop. Finally, we got our own PA. Where do you think I got the guitar that you're hearing today? And there we go. Paint the horse's ass. 2 more to go. It dawned on me that I didn't know I'm furnishing, so once again we filled the van until it was. And one more. This is the last one, and then we're done the ivory highlight. Across all of the horsemen. Thank you. Okay, last bit. You notice how, though, as we're going, we're now starting to get a bit more separation between things. Give me my share. I want it. Give me my share. I need it now. I need it now. Give me my share. I want it. Give me my share. Okay, there we go. And that's the whites. Holy crap, guys. Sometimes it's 218. Okay, what's next to do on these guys? Let me think for a second. Go hit the pinks on them really fast. I think that's probably what I'm gonna do is look at the I'll pull the Volupus pink over the weapon wraps. Is that you hiding on me there? Yeah, it is. Hell yeah. So like we did on the other ones, we'll do the Volupus pink over the weapon wraps. Because that area is dry enough to apply it. And then we'll come back in later on, probably tomorrow, and finish them off completely. Although we might not do it live. Tomorrow we're probably going to be working on Goblin on stream, because I want to work on the Goblin. Maybe Troll. Who knows? We're probably going to work. We're going to work on one of the busts tomorrow, though. I might just finish the Chaos Warriors off stream. So start by grabbing the Volupus pink over the lances. Or over the weapon wraps on the lances. And was something interesting I was reading earlier. Actually, not. You know, and actually, I'm gonna end this. I'm gonna just not talk about them because I'm like, I just as I started that, I was like, I actually don't want to talk about that on stream. I don't think. Read an interesting article earlier. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just going to state that I read an interesting article and end it there. No, it was about how while Canada has been doing a lot to pioneer addictions treatment, it's that there's no standardized treatment within the country, and that every treatment center is private, so because of that, they're trying to keep their methodology proprietary, and therefore drug and alcohol treatment is becoming a bit of a thing where they're realizing that there's not a lot of evidence-based recovery in Canada. And it's just kind of interesting because I worked in treatment, and for those of you that know me, you know that I volunteer in the detox center. And I've talked a lot about abstinence-based recovery. And I've also talked about, like addictions and how it's affected myself and my family. So it was also just kind of an interesting topic to be reading about, and then kind of having those moments of being like, I've worked in it and I've seen the different, and it's like, it's true. There really is no standardized approach. And it's interesting how many practitioners apply a one-size-fits-all approach. This is not trying to open a can of worms. This is not opening any of this for discussion. Mostly just commenting on the fact that it was a really interesting article to read about, and to then be able to use it to reflect on my experiences within working in that field. And there we go. There we go. And there we go. And music has changed my life in so many ways. Brain's confused, been fucked since the first grade. There you guys go. And we're going to bring in that element of the pink on all of the shields. Using, again, controlled brush work. Don't make mistakes at this point. If you do, you can go in and clean them up. But it is best at this point to just not make mistakes. There we go. And there we go. That's 3 done. And just coming in, grabbing the shields. Want to see that skull there? You can hit that pink because guess what? We've actually recently discovered that magenta is a great base color for bone. Honestly, every color is a good color for bone. You can make bone look good using literally any paints you want. I was actually quite surprised when I discovered that, like, how colorful bone can be. I think that came as a bit of a surprise to me. This one. There we go. That's 5 done. All the colors, right? And it's 2:30. Gonna hit 5 more of these, and then I think we're gonna raid, guys. And there we go. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Itchy back. And you know what? Once we get this part done, this actually takes me very far along because none of the guys have this color highlighted yet because I haven't decided what the highlight color for the pink is yet. I haven't, like, across the whole army, so they're actually very close to being ready for their first, or for the next steps. Which is going to be, I'm going to paint the feet, or I'm going to paint around the feet black really quickly. I'm just going to darken them out with some thin black paint really fast. And then what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to dry brush them. I'm going to do an OSL around the feet and essentially have them like glowing green. We're going to go for glowing green hooves, essentially a la what we did on the... I think that effect would look good across the riders. And there we go. But yeah, these guys are going to need some time to dry after this. I'm about to explode like a popcorn kernel. There you go. Just block in that bit of the pink there. I don't even know how I'm going to do it on this shield. This one's a bit weird. So I'm going to go like this. It's this band here. Oh, crud. Okay. Guys, we have just done 10 Chaos Warriors to this, essentially this point, in a single day of painting. I'm pretty happy with that. I think everybody would be, because this is I would say to a playable standard. I'm not going to call it done. I'm not going to call it even tabletop standard. But if you put this on the table, nobody would be like, "Hey, dude, that's not painted." You know, nobody's going to look at this and say, it's not a paint. Those aren't painted enough for you to use. Everybody would be like, yeah, okay, well, you know, just next time have them based. So, essentially, because we've only got 20 minutes left, we're going to raid a little early, because I also started early, and I have ads hitting in 3 minutes, so there's no point in running any longer than that. What I'm going to do after this, we're going to paint around the feet black. I'm going to dry brush them up kind of standard style, and then I'm going to come in and do some airbrushing effects around them. It'll look really cool. It'll be a lot of fun. Let's go see who is live and who we can go and take everybody to go and see. We could do... Oh. I'm going to take a quick look at miniatures. Let's go to the category, see if there's something new, maybe? I don't know. Miniatures and models. Just looking around. A couple people on. Oh, Blood Bowl. Damon Rich. We're going to raid into Damon Rich. I've never raided him before, but he's painting Blood Bowl, and you guys know I love my Blood Bowl. Let's go see Damon Rich. Never been into this channel before, but this painting looks really nice. Painting looks really good, and he's doing Blood Bowl, so it's a double win. I'll see you guys tomorrow after surgery.